Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you again. Apologies for not being here yesterday. I have been staying up a bit later than normal to try and finish off my replay through of the first Ace Attorney Investigations game. And yesterday morning, I was like, I haven't finished it yet. I'm close. But also I'm very tired. I'm just not gonna stream. I'm just gonna finish it and then we'll stream tomorrow. So here we are. We are finally going to play Ace Attorney Investigations 2. It is suddenly getting warmer. Let me take my jumper off. The weather's been all over the place lately. But yes, I would like to stream a little longer today because I don't have anything important I need to do. And, you know, I didn't stream yesterday, so kind of to make up for it, I guess. So I don't remember how long the first case is, but maybe we can like just stream until like we finish the first case and call that a stream. Not sure. We'll see. So going into this, I will say, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is the only Ace Attorney game that I haven't played myself, but I have seen other people play through the fan-translated version. So while I'm not going into it blind, I haven't seen like much of anything of the official English version, and I haven't played through it myself. And I also haven't seen anyone play through the fan translation recently. And the reason that's important is because I just finished a replay through of the first Ace Attorney Investigations game, one that I have played myself, and while I generally knew how the story and the cases would play out, I could not remember the answers to some of the puzzles. So, if at times it seems like I don't know what's going on, it's because I don't know how to move on to the next step. It's not because I am completely blind to this. But I am looking forward to seeing how the official translation handles everything. You'll probably hear me similar to when I played Another Code and I kept going, in the original version this was different. In this playthrough, I'm probably going to keep going, like, in the fan translation, this character was named this. Also, I would just like to make a brief mention of Clueless Quiz Time. I would like to have another Clueless Quiz Time stream next month. Because I'm currently working on, like, 3 different quizzes at once. One of them, like, I could feasibly get done if I can find a character in this game that I want to put in the quiz, because it's another Ace Attorney quiz, but I didn't want to rely on another one of the main characters, so I'm just like, let's wait until we actually play Investigations 2 and see what some of the characters there are named. Then I'm also working on a Professor Layton quiz, specifically based around Layton's mystery journey, because the pun names in that one are ridiculous. Sometimes even more ridiculous than Ace Attorney. And for some unknown reason, I decided to try my hand at making a quiz based on The Land Before Time. And I mean, it's going. It is feasible. So that might be a thing. I don't know which one I'm going to have done first, but I would like to do at least one of them next month. So who knows, maybe Clueless Quiz Time will be like a bi-monthly. Is bi-monthly twice a month, or is bi-monthly once every 2 months? Not sure. Oh, because I was like thinking of cutting back my LEGO streams to being like once every 2 months, just so that like I'm spending less, and also because I'm running out of LEGO sets that I actually want to buy and I'm interested in. I was thinking of cutting that down to like once every 2 months. Maybe we just alternate. Maybe we do 1 month LEGO stream, next month quiz stream. So, I don't know, something to think about for next year maybe. But for now, let's get into the game, shall we? Enough dawdling. I don't think I've mentioned this. Y'all are obviously aware that I am a massive fan of Ace Attorney. In particular, I am a really big fan of the Investigations games. Like, I replayed through Investigations 1, and I'm just like, yep, this is probably my favorite. I'd need to go back to, like, the Apollo trilogy to see how I feel about those games. But I do think I like Investigations more than any in the original trilogy. Which, I don't know, maybe that's blasphemous. I know a lot of people don't like the final boss of the original Investigations. I personally didn't find it to be that much of a problem. I liked it, in fact. But maybe that's just oh, not continue. But maybe that's just because, like, I was, like, comparing him in my head to a character from a later game. Anyway. Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Fun fact, in the fan translation, this was instead called Prosecutor's Path. But it's time for Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. I don't remember what the cases were called in the fan translation, just what the characters were called. Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. It's a plane! Here he comes! Here comes the presidential plane! Oh, the presidential plane! It's making its final approach and lands right on Gourd Lake. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Zangfar. Welcome, Mr. President. And now, sir, your audience awaits. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more, thanks to the prosecutor's office of your great country. Maybe I need to slow down the text. You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friends, do not forget. The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked and with the righteous hammer of justice. I can't do a proper voice for him because it's going too fast. Ah! Call the prosecutor's office. Get Miles Edgeworth here right away. If anyone can solve this, he can. There he is. There's the artwork that was used in the Nintendo Direct. Let's go, baby. March 25th. 2:46 p.m. Gourd Lake, spectator area. There he is. I think for the blue text, I'm just going to use my regular voice, but then when he's speaking, I'll try to actually do a voice for him. Like, I know for Ryunosuke, I just used my normal voice, but Edgeworth has a very particular voice in my head, so I feel like I should be actually trying to properly voice him. But if I sound a bit off, just be aware that it has been quite some time since I last played a game where I actually had to voice the characters. So, you know. Cut me a little slack, why don't you? The news must be halfway around the world already. There he is, there's Gumshoe. I do really like the new sprites. Or are they still considered sprites when they're hand-drawn rather than like pixel art? I think they are, because they're still 2D assets. Anyway, I really like the new ones. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. Okay, apparently this is him speaking even though his mouth didn't move. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. I came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Oh shit, I think the voice I was giving Gumshoe when I was playing in my own time was just like my Detective Pikachu voice. Mr. Edgeworth! It sounded more like Vector. Find the computer room! It's Gumshoe! I really love this remix of Gumshoe's theme. Thank goodness you're here, sir! This is Dick Gumshoe, a detective with the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How's the president, detective? We don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I see. I hope he's alright. Then I suppose you'd better show me to the scene of the crime instead. Right away, sir. I am so out of practice with doing voices. I'm sorry. Hey! I said hey! Yeah, you, Ruffles! Who's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't ya? Wanna give me your first impressions? Anything strike y'all as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe, with me. You can tell she's an important character because she has a darker outline, and also the fact that her design is far from generic. Whoops, I didn't read that line. Here's the cool thing about this remake, you can actually look at all the text that's passed by. Which is very good in the first game because Old Bag just rambles, but you can actually press this now to, like, look at all of her text. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that. Mr. Edgeworth, wait for me! I can't do a good Gumshoe voice. My voice just cannot be gruff enough for that. Now, detective. Now, detective. I'll need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me. Front-facing this guy does not... It's not a flattering angle. Well, the scene of the crime was right here at Gourd Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people were gathered to welcome the president of Zhangfa. Dijun Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. In the fan translation, his name was almost the same. It had a H at the start of his surname. Instead of Dijun Wang, it was Dijun Huang. It might have had a U instead of a W as well, actually. And the reason it's so similar is because they used more or less the same method to get that name. In the first Ace Attorney Investigations game, there was another character from Zhangfa who, in the English version, his name was gotten by taking the kanji of his Japanese name and using the Chinese reading of those kanji. The same method was used to get Dijun Wang's name, but I guess the fan translators probably thought, you know what, people are gonna have a field day if we name this guy Wang. So instead of using, I think instead of the kanji for emperor, they used the kanji for king in order to get the surname Huang. But then for the official translation, they're like, nope, his name's Wang. Deal with it. Make all the Wang jokes you want. It's been all over the news for days now. Newspaper clipping jotted down in my organizer. It was raining until just before he landed. Luckily it let up and he went on stage as planned. And then, smack dab in the middle of his speech, bang! A gunshot goes off, and everybody runs for cover, terrified for their lives, apparently. I do think making his voice a bit closer to I was trying not to just go full Detective Pikachu because I wasn't sure it fit him, but I think it probably fits better than whatever I was doing there. Apparently. Truth is, I only just showed up myself. I don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You were summoned on short notice as well. Sure was. Right in the middle of my day off. I was at the office taking advantage of the peace and quiet to prepare my next case. Then the boss himself calls you to the scene. Never a dull moment, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? The boss? Yeah, Chief Prosecutor was right here in the park. Saw the whole thing. First chance he got, he yelled at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away. He's the only man for the job. Something like that. Oh, this is probably going to be killer on my voice. I remember Detective Pikachu destroyed it, so Gumshoe's probably going to destroy it as well. I see. Oh, they cordoned the perimeter of the park off as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know. So our would-be assassin is still here somewhere. Good. For Edgeworth, I'm like... I know some people just straight up give Edgeworth a British accent, but he is supposed to be American, so I'm trying to give him an American accent, but one that sounds like posh. Now all you gotta do is find them in the middle of that crowd, before they strike again. You're right. We don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. We don't have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. And search every inch of the crime scene for clues, no matter how insignificant they may seem. Precisely. The president was... oh, okay. I'm still going to read the dialogue first. The president was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Oh no, they shot him with a fucking slingshot. Yeah, no shit. I remember seeing a tweet about how, like, all the lawyers have, like, these mystical powers, and then Edgeworth's just, like, logic. Basic logic and reasoning. Watch as I form a thought. The president was shot at. Security was tight for President Wong's speech, but he was still shot at somehow. Alright, duly noted. Detective Gumshoe. How exactly was the security detail surrounding the president's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers are mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The president's people took charge of the rest. He has his own team of bodyguards. See those guys over there? Maybe we should ask them a few questions. Bold guys. If I want to talk with them, I'll need to walk over and press A. Okie dokie. Can I help you? You're one of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how his security detail was arranged during the speech? 2 of our senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Anything suspicious in that crowd and we would have spotted it right away. I see. So the president's security was tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. And it's just a sprite of the bodyguards. Let's investigate further. We should speak with the other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. We can't afford to leave any stone unturned. So that's how y'all go about it, huh? Sure is something seeing the pros at work. Care to share a little about what happens to that information once you've got a hold of it? Bystanders. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. Hey Ruffles, I see your question, dang it! What happens next?
Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir?
Detective! Oh, don't be so hard on the poor guy. Some connections, you say. And what next?
Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots. Connect one piece of information to another. It's Mr. Edgeworth's forte. He's a logic master.
I can view what information I have with L and then connect them with X. Why did the text turn white in the middle of that? I feel like that's... can that be considered a typo? Because they probably had to type the things in to make the text blue, but I don't know if that's considered typo. Either way, it's probably a mistake. I should try it now. Just a quick press of L and we'll be down the path of logic. I personally don't like the change to the logic screen, because here it's just like, oh, they're puzzle pieces and they connect. In the original, they're two little balls of light and they like swirl around each other and explode in a supernova. But let's connect these two. Obviously, because it's a tutorial, they're making us connect them.
Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrator was still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. No mean feat. This would have taken some serious planning. In other words, the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated.
Assassination attempt. The president was targeted during his speech, a premeditated attack. A bird just landed on my windowsill. Bye-bye. Okay. I got distracted, sorry.
That's the stuff, Mr. Edgeworth. The old logic never fails, huh?
Indeed. All we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. Make the wrong connections, however, and we'll only wind up further from the truth. Which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Begin investigation! Gourd Lake, Lakeside Stage.
Let's get this investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious.
To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press A. And if I wish to speak to the detective, I should use X. I don't think there's ever a point where you outright need to speak to your partner. It's a thing you can do, but I'm pretty sure it's never outright needed. It wasn't needed in the first game, at the very least. Wait.
No! I was as surprised as you, sir, but there's no mistaking it.
It's the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo-Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Old, young, it doesn't matter. It truly has something for everyone.
Beats me why they had a Steel Samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president.
It is a little odd. Although now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? Keep in mind that this is the English version, so our nation is referring to America. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What? Are we not saying suspicious-looking nook and cranny anymore? No! You can't just get rid of that, that's a tradition. You have to say, I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Bruh. It's the flag of Zhengfa. The key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this?
Something the matter, sir?
You don't see it, Detective? There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will.
Oh, that's beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate. Exactly, which is how a flag should look. And yet here we see quite a different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? Right, of course. Is it... yeah, I give up. Come on, spill the beans. You can lead a horse to water. I'll just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with X. It's the fucking bullet hole. This would be so much easier on a touchscreen with a stylus, but... I can still move it close enough, it's fine. Look closely. Do you see the hole? Whoa, look at that! You're right, sir. And note the burn marks around the edges. It's a bullet hole. There's no mistaking it. A bullet hole? So you're saying a bullet went through this flag? Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying. Breaks your heart, don't it? It does. What villainy could have befallen him? Witnesses said he popped right about when the gun went off, which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon. Looks like we got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands. This is sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. I love that it's the funny thing is in the first Ace Attorney game, Edgeworth just awkwardly like goes up to the actor who plays the Steel Samurai. Is like, I'm a big fan of your work, and he's so awkward at that point that it seems like he's just saying that to be polite, and he doesn't really know what to say. To the point that Phoenix even calls him a liar. But in all future appearances, it's revealed, no, Edgeworth is just a massive fan of the Steel Samurai, and he was just awkward around the actor who plays the character. I love it. It's funny. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. We won't, sir. You can count on it. Steel Samurai balloon started out floating on the right side of the lakeside stage, but has since been popped. I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Time to put the pieces together and see what we can figure out. Which means logic time. Because we have popped but the moment the gun went off, pierced by a bullet, and located to the right of the stage, pierced by a bullet. Da-da-da! Done. There is a bullet in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was popped by a bullet too. Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir? Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Investigation complete. Alright, on with the Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figured something out, huh? Care to share? Who exactly is she? Why does she keep shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems interested in the case. Come on, give me something here. We do need to speak with some of the witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us anything. I think I've heard what her because there was a demo I think that released that was like the first case of the game, and obviously this character is in the first case, so I'm pretty sure her official name has been out and about. She's got. I'm looking at all the ads on her jacket. See if any other ones. It's like Tato on her collar. I don't think that's anything.
Oh, KBS, that's KB Security, I think. Then Goyu is the airline from the first game, from the first Ace Attorney game, Ace Attorney Investigations game. I think that's Global Studios on her other slave. Inter Yamas, I don't think that's anything. Pipe, I don't think is anything. But then across her chest, I'm pretty sure that's Gatewater, which is the hotel from the first game. It's cool that they got all these references here. There y'all are. Tabby Lloyd, at your service. Okay, so it is just Tabby. I'd heard Tabitha. So I guess maybe her full name's Tabitha, but she just calls herself Tabby. I don't know. Maybe I was just misinformed. Tabby Lloyd, at your service. In the... I forgot to mention, in the fan translation, her name is Nicole Swift, and I guess Swift because she runs around fast trying to get the scoop. I don't know where the name Nicole comes from, though. So I think, in this case, the official name works better, in my opinion. Tabby Lloyd, at your service. I'm looking into a case for, well, just for me right now, but... Looking into the case? Miss Lloyd, was it? Miss Lloyd, there's something I'd like to ask you. Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? How about the perp? Have they made any demands? What about them ruffles? Where does a fella buy a cravat like that? Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be the one asking questions here. Dang. And here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. I need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? Why, I most certainly cannot. I beg your pardon? I can't just be handing out leads for free. That stuff's my livelihood. Oh, come on, don't hold out on us. We all gotta share sometimes. Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye. Wait. Wait for what exactly, huh? Huh? If you got nothing for me, I'm gone. We're fresh out of moves here. Out of moves, hmm? I wouldn't be so sure. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? As you know, Detective, I like to play a little chess. And what does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Why, the board offers a number of options, but some are more effective than others. Sorry, but this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. Watch and learn, Detective, as I shatter my opponent's resolve with the power of words. When attempting to draw out an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. I don't know if they're outright going... Oh, they probably will. What we're about to go into in the fan translation was referred to as logic chess. But I believe it's something different in this one, in the official translation. So we'll see in a sec. Let us picture the board, and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. I'm sending you to the chess dimension. Now, we must analyze the state of play. Y'all ain't getting nothing out of me. Not until you give me something in return. Chess pieces. My opponent has dug herself in deep. Her defenses won't be easily broken. But I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it pays dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated... If you're fixing to ask me something, will you danged well ask it already? I may be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. When I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. I should begin by finding out what it is she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. Maybe they don't actually say what the name is. But I believe on Twitter they referred to this as mind chess, rather than logic chess. Which, like, it works. It works. Oh, there it is. Mind chess. Commence! What is it you do? Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, or I could totally not do that. Think I don't know when to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. Is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anyone about? No, shut up. I ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating. Bide my time. I can't do much additional commentary during this because it's timed. Or at least during the parts where you have control, it's timed. I'm a law-abiding everyday citizen. And you got no reason to say otherwise.
Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. If it's something you can't tell me about, I imagine it must be very important work indeed.
Huh? Well, sure, I guess. Leastways it will be once I bag me my first scoop.
What was that about scoops? The scoops? Huh. I see. It's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct?
Dang! Sure, I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat.
That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Perhaps our hungry young cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make our next line of inquiry.
And our time refills.
With the opening moves concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us?
Were you at the scene? Maybe?
At the time of the incident, were you present at the scene of the crime?
Come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give little old Tabby something first?
Absolutely not.
Then I ain't giving you nothing either. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. Bide time.
Hand it over or you're under arrest. Normally they make it relatively obvious when you need to bide your time. Not just because the person is agitated, but because the options are like, obviously this isn't going to get us anywhere.
Or at least they do in the fan translation. Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something.
Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger.
I ain't scared. I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me.
You heard gunfire, huh? Huh. You may be a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something.
Spin! Double dang. Fine, I was here, I saw it. Came to report on the big speech, wound up reporting on a shooting. And you won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles.
If she came to report on the event, she must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite a clue as to where to take the conversation next. Where's the record of your reporting? You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind.
You got more questions? You gotta give me something first, that's the deal.
I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know.
Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you.
Time to deploy my clue. You must have a record of your reporting. Send the knight in. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the record. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours?
Spin! Of course I made a record. I told you I'm a pro. Dang near wore my shoes I'm running around on this one.
So I guess that's why her name was Nicole Swift in the fan translation.
Which is why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me.
I'm not just anyone you know, young lady. I am the prosecutor in charge of this case.
Don't you young lady me. You ain't getting it, no matter how many times you ask. Oh, young lady, you as many times as I want. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? It ain't nothing personal.
I understand that your job is a difficult one.
You do? Well, ain't that sweet?
And in such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed.
No, I go plenty far. I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it, yeah. As long as I got my trusty tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. Play me that tape. I'm not interested in that tape recorder.
Intriguing. A young reporter hungry for success, so dedicated to her craft that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. And indeed she did not. She committed the entire event to tape.
Oh, dang it. This is my scoop you're messing with, my big break.
Fine, sure. I recorded the whole dang thing.
I think that said darn, not dang, but oh well.
It's all right here. You got me, okay?
Checkmate. We have successfully escaped the chess dimension.
You're something else, Ruffles. I was trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Never mind that. Never mind that. Play us the tape.
This should finally tell us how many shots were fired.
Fine, you can hear it, but I got conditions. You play me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2. And be mentor to a rising star, aka me.
Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir.
And one more thing. I want exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give his star pupil the exclusive, huh?
She's a difficult woman to refuse, and I need to hear that recording.
"24 hours is more than I can promise. But the story's yours until the case is solved."
And the job of chief number 2?
I think not.
Yeah, you're no fun.
But I guess a girl can't have everything.
All for the sake of the scoop, huh?
Alright, you got yourself a deal. I got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles. Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape.
We're Kashak. Is it going to... Okay, good, it's not going to auto. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more.
The president's speech.
We're Kashak.
The president passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his decline in popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene.
The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct?
He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yatagarasu situation behind him.
As well he should be. Today is a great day for all of us.
Whose voices are these? Oh, there was these 2 old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away at each other the whole darn time.
I know their voices from somewhere.
Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this.
We're a Kashak.
The president thrusts his fist in the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. Bang. Bang.
What the? Ah!
Shirk hiss. 2 gunshots can clearly be heard. Miss Lloyd's tape jotted down in my organizer. So, 2 shots were fired. Yep, and that tells us something. Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of our bullets. One of the 2 shots fired hit the president, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. The only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and into the balloon is... over here! Drawing a line between the flag and the balloon gives us the trajectory of one of our bullets, and places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator area. Bullet trajectory.
You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area.
Roger that, sir. So you need me to clear all those people out of the way, I guess?
I do. And what evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating. So I'll need you to be quick about it.
Yes, sir.
Chief! Hey, I'm talking to you, Chief. I suppose you mean me, Miss Lloyd? I surely do. You gotta help me out. This stuff's my forte. Oh, you gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd herder you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push him wherever you like.
A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business, I am nobody's chief.
This feels very funny, considering in the very next game, in terms of release order, he becomes the chief prosecutor. So, you know. Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. You wish my command.
I somehow doubt that.
And somehow Gumshoe manages to get everyone out of there. Oh, look, there he is. The reason I did that screechy voice for the tape. Oh, they moved them off to the side there. Okay.
Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd here cleared everybody out just like that. You should have seen it.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is, she sends him running twice as quick. She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl.
Thank you, but you really shouldn't have. All that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do.
Huh? You mean my jacket? Oh, don't be worrying your pretty head about that. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around and alakazam. No more dirt. But then the dirt would be on the inside. On the outside, perhaps, but you'd still have something of a problem with the inside.
We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir.
The crowd has trampled the entire area. We'll be lucky to find any trace of our shooter at all. Begin investigation! Does that sign just straight up say left and right? This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was... Oh, he's supposed to... This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently.
What's it say? 50 yards to the Gordy Museum. And 70 yards to the... never mind.
What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you?
70 yards to the boathouse.
Feels like a million years since that whole sorry affair unfolded.
Fond memories, detective. Yeah. Fond memories, sir.
Oh. I got an achievement. I got an achievement for looking at a sign that fucking says left, right on it. Bruh. Let's talk to him. get his dialogue out of the way because I know his voice is going to be problematic. Thankfully, he doesn't play much of a role.
Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Who is he again?
It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne? We work together at the prosecutor's office.
If you're wondering why I give him this sort of voice, it's because in the original Ace Attorney trilogy, you get to hear his voice through the his objection soundbite, and he just sounds like
Objection!
like that. He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne?
What indeed? Why, only the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself.
His voice. I recognize it from the tape recording. Is he one of the men who was standing in front of Miss Lloyd? And where is the chief prosecutor?
He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him and only him out through the cordon.
So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up? You know, we haven't... We know that the chief prosecutor used to be Lana Skye, and then throughout the rest of the trilogy and the investigations games, and I guess Apollo Justice maybe, the chief prosecutor was someone else, and then Edgeworth took over after. We still have no idea who the chief prosecutor from that period after Lana was. After Lana, but before Edgeworth. We just know that he's a man. So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up. Rude. I wonder if that song is used anywhere else in the game, or if they straight up just gave Payne his own theme just for that.
You even gotta pick through the trash yourself? A prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh?
Detective Gumshoe. Right away, sir. It is still I didn't remember this until I started like replaying through the first game. I did not remember that they also use the original version of Gumshoe's theme alongside the remix. I thought it was just the remix, but they, as you can clearly hear, they do use the original theme as well. Right away, sir.
The faithful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished.
Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures. Is he enjoying himself? Bingo, a popsicle stick. Love the jokes they put on these. Detective. Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh? I think we got something. Good work, Detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Pipe! That's the brand on her jacket. By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details. We sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir. We can rotate the item with R. If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too. I'm just imagining Gumshoe holding it in his hands and is like, I can move it closer or further away and like shoving it in Edgeworth's face. I can use L to examine an object up close and R to move out for the bigger picture. And when you spot something, just say the word. I can point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press A to inspect more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover. Like, we can rotate, sure, but, bruh. You know, I didn't experience Joy-Con drift even once when I was replaying the first game in, like, handheld mode. So I'm starting to suspect the problem is not my Joy-Cons. The problem is that I have my controller on my lap while I'm playing, which means the heckin' signals, the wireless signals are being interrupted by my desk. So maybe I need to hold my controller up to prevent that sort of stuff from happening. Anyway, let's open the bag. What the fuck? Ah yes, that's clearly the most important part of what the bag's contents. Less cover for Lakeside now, eyes on this area. Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. Stay frosty, we know who might be in the audience. Stay frosty! Oh, is that supposed to be... I think I know what that's in reference to, but I won't say it yet. This is a document of some kind. What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan. It's a diagram of the president's security arrangements. It shows how the president's bodyguards were positioned. It even has his people's names on it. Rook and Knight. In the fan translation, Rook had an E at the end of it, and Knight was instead Knightly. So... So his bodyguards aren't natives of Zhengfa. You can tell because their names aren't Chinese. I heard he uses some private security firm. But why not employ people from his own country? I know why not. You want to hear a little tabloid exclusive? You really know something? Sure I do. I was over at their embassy not long back sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the president's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head. Including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. Wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Security plan. What was it doing dumped here in that bag? You raise an interesting point. It's a document relating to a matter of national security. It would surely be highly classified. Can we look at what else was in the bag, please? Huh? Hey, there's something else in here. Yeah, no shit. It's a fucking gun. My. What's a gun doing in here? Sir, this bag, it's gotta belong to the... Yes, it could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here amid all the chaos. Found in a trash can, not easy to acquire in this country. Could this be the work of a professional? That would explain the security plan, too. I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. Which I think basically just means we identified that it has a laser scope on it. This is a laser sight. It could be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here... Yep, definitely a red laser. Could the assassin have used a laser sight to target the president? Oh, I didn't read the thing. Oops. Oh, and I can't look at the logic while I'm here. Two bullets in the cylinder, matching the two gunshots heard on the recording. That proves it. This must be the weapon that was used. Revolver found in the trash can. On the left side of the spectator area, fitted with a laser sight, 2 bullets spent. That bag was a real find, huh? Just goes to show. A bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash. What? I know he's like making a play off of a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, but this... Not entirely sure how that applies. Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you if you don't mind.
I need you to take the bag and gunshot to forensics and see if they can find any prints. On it, sir. A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along. Got the results for you, sir. That was quick. You bet it was. Told the text was ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty. And they checked everywhere. Inside and outside. Top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. What about the... I can't look at the flag? Man. The television truck appears to be stuck in the mud. Reminds me of the time I pushed your car out of that ditch, sir. Then you just drove away and left me there. Gotta admit, it felt kinda lonely. Did I do that? I think I might have. You came back though, Mr. Edgeworth. Only left me there in the mud for maybe 15 minutes? Heh. I know you'd never forget about me, sir. Of course I wouldn't. Barring those 15 minutes anyway. So rude. You're with one of the news channels? Yep. Can I help you? You must have footage at the event. Do you mind if I take a look? Wish I could help you, but that might be a little tricky. Why's that, huh, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? No, it's just my camera was knocked over in all the panic. And now I can't get it to work. That footage would have helped immensely. God, just don't look.
Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!
What the?
You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth.
I know that voice. She's on the truck. Kay. Why was she? It did not look like she walked down far enough to get around that rope.
Honestly, I leave you alone for 2 seconds. But don't worry, your hero's here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only, Kay Faraday.
Hero? Only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore?
Not right now. But it's not like I quit, I'm just on a sabbatical.
What does sabbatical even mean? I've heard it before. I think it's like a break, but like specific. Oh, it's a break for study or travel. Typically, traditionally 1 year for every 7 years' work. Okay. Interesting.
I'm taking time out for some intensive training. Being the second Yatagarasu doesn't come easy.
Kay helped me out on a few occasions about 2 weeks ago, when I was working a case. So yeah, the Edgeworth, the time, like, let me formulate my thought before I try to speak. The time frame that the Edgeworth games take place in is so much shorter compared to the mainline Ace Attorney games. Like, mainline Ace Attorney, it usually spans across like a couple months. Anywhere from a few months to a year. Like, you'll have a couple months between cases. The first Edgeworth game, aside from like the flashback case, all takes place within like 2 or 3 days. And then only like, here it says, about 2 weeks later, the second game happens. It's wild. The case of the Yatagarasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will. And who claimed to only steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yatagarasu, the successor to the so-called thief, so-called great thief.
There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough.
What are you doing here, Kay?
What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course.
I suppose she did mention being fond of such things.
And afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys. But now I don't have to.
Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright and breezy as ever.
Hey, Gummy, how you been? You're looking pretty full of beans yourself. It's full of beans!
Sorry, I don't know why that specifically caught me off guard, but it's full of beans. My beans, what the fuck? I guess beans are just an inherently funny food. So, Kay, are you really here to save the day?
Yep, heh. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went in. Took pictures of the whole shebang.
Did you know? Then you'd better show them to me.
Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gotta do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a damn it.
Reading! You'd think that for someone who constantly plays, like, fucking mystery game visual novel type shit, I'd know how to fucking read. Nah. Also, her sprite does not do well with being flipped. All the text is backwards now.
Mr. Prosecutor here's about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. Oh, but I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, ace reporter at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time
You two can chat later. Kay, can I see those pictures?
Boo, fine. Here.
Has a big ass dot on his head. Also, Rook is very square. I did not... Like, I knew what he looked like. I didn't realize he was, like... He's like that guy on, I think, TikTok, who, like, just straight up, his head is a square. He looks like a Minecraft character.
I took this one right when the gun went off. It was total chaos. People running everywhere.
The president and his two bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue.
Oh, wait. Your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted?
I cannot. I don't know, but okay. I'm pretty sure I just did before you came in, but I'll do it again. Welcome, Ken. I hope you're having a good night. I think it is for you. Time zones. Yeah, it'd be pretty late in Europe right now. Europe zone. I hope you're having a good time zone. 12 at night, good lord. I will never understand how y'all managed to do this. I'm not even judging, I'm just like, man, I could never do that. I go to bed at like 11 twice and I'm just like... I just said I'm not judging you, I'm just like, I can never do that. I went to bed at 11 twice in a row and I was destroyed. You're just becoming a grumpy. I think it's less the fact that I can't... I think it's less the fact that I can't handle going to bed late and more just I wake up very early. So if I go to bed late, it messes with me because I can't sleep in. How early? Most days it's like 5:30 in the morning. Work days I don't need to get up until like 7, but I'm already awake well before my alarm. So, you know. To be honest, I worked a job where I'd wake up at 6 from sleeping at 12. Oh no. Oh no. Although that is 6 hours, so I guess. It's not that bad, actually. Maybe my quality of sleep is just shit. Anyway.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you spotted?
6 hours isn't the max required amount. A contradiction.
Huh? A what now? I don't see nothing strange.
You don't? You don't see the... It's 8 for 20 plus, yeah. But like, 6 isn't bad. Allow me to show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of the contradiction, and then employ my powers of deduction. Watch as I form a thought. First, to find the contradiction in the photograph. It is... Yes, this is it. I'll simply press X to make my deduction. It's barely in the frame, but sure. It's the big red dot on his head. Now to present the evidence that proves the contradiction. It is the fact that in here you can see he doesn't have a red dot on his head. Look closely at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping if you would, Miss Lloyd. Now look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully. Look at this photograph.
Huh? What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be. There's a blatantly obvious red dot on his forehead.
Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead. Something that wasn't there in the other picture. What is that? Some kind of birthmark?
Yeah, guy's got a big red birthmark right there in the middle of his forehead.
So they're calling it a birthmark, huh? In the fan translation, it was instead referred to as a mole. Like, oh yeah, he's got a bright red mole on his forehead. But here, I guess they decided to call it a birthmark instead. Photo shows a red dot on the president's forehead during the attack. Oh gee, I wonder what that could be. I highly doubt a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken. Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe?
Yeah, that's it. That right there's a big old bug bite. And here I thought of something super important. The look on your face.
You should know that the road to truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details.
Ooh, again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief.
Kay's photograph. Added to the organizer. Logic time. Because obviously, laser sight, red birthmark. Because it's not a birthmark, it's the point of the laser. Yeah. I have solved the mystery of the red birthmark. Really? So it wasn't a bug bite? No. What we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is in fact the beam of a laser sight. Then our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead? And shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out. Yeah, that's gonna do more than itch. Indeed, I fear the president may be in even more danger than we thought. And that gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. So, using a laser sight for an assassination? That feels a little conspicuous, doesn't it? Volva updated. Found in the trash, used, fitted with a laser sight, 2 spent bullets used in the attempt. Oh, then I'm ahead of the game.
Why would the perp use a laser sight, though?
He's right. You'd stand out like crazy using something like that. Pew pew pew! It's not like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place.
No. And anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter. Seems like a pretty bad idea all around.
Oh, I almost forgot. I took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them.
It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least. Alright, Kay, let's see these other pictures.
Yes, sir, right away. Let's see, first up, here's one I took just before everything started going south.
It might be more useful to us if half of the frame wasn't taken up with your face.
Hee. Can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. And this one I showed you before is from just after the first shot was fired. The second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's...
What's this? I can barely see anything.
I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that last picture. I guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident.
Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid.
I don't remember Gumshoe calling her kid that much in the first. I'm pretty sure he just always referred to her as Kay. But now here she's kid, kiddo, all sorts of other nicknames.
And that's all of them.
Kay's photographs.
Time to take a closer look. Let's examine the picture from before the shooting. Because is there any hint of the laser sight in this picture?
Yes. It's right here.
Take that!
There, I see it. What is it, sir? Look closely at the person with the red hood.
Whoa, there it is!
Indeed, that's our laser sight right there. So that's our perp. The one in the red hood must be the shooter, yes.
We found them! And all thanks to yours truly.
Indeed, you led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief. The truth.
Hee.
You may have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures too. Let's take another look.
And I did see them before, but that's mostly because like I said, I'm not exactly playing this blind. I do remember this part.
Is the person in the red hood here somewhere?
Yeah, they're right there.
Take that!
Look, right there!
A red jacket. That must be our suspect.
Looks like they took advantage of the confusion and made their getaway.
Luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed.
Ah, the samurai dog stand!
Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the spectator area. Detective Gumshoe.
On it, sir. Consider it cleared.
Good. I'm counting on you.
Off he goes. Well, that's ominous.
We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood.
Now that's a reference that wasn't in the fan translation.
The entire park is cordoned off, and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now, let us continue our investigation.
There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it.
Can't look at the umbrella? Come on. Oh, they've just casually got mochi here. Didn't bother replacing that. Samurai dogs now with Sa. Now with Sa.
There are toy rifles lined up along the counter. Ooh, a rifle range. I'm good at these, sir. A regular sharpshooter.
I thought you said you hated guns.
Oh, I don't hate them, I just don't really like them.
Isn't that basically the same thing? Not necessarily. No, they did just straight up change it. Man. Because it used to in the first game. In the first game, I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. But instead, it's I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Sad. Now, I see obviously what they want me to look at, but I want to know what this says.
It says, Samurai dogs, now with Sakura relish, just in time for spring.
Sakura relish, huh? I was about to say, can you eat cherry blossoms? And then well, it's in the name, cherries. Okay, makes sense.
Sakura, huh? What does that taste like?
Well, Sakura is cherry blossoms, so I guess maybe cherries?
But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things.
But You're right, I suppose.
So what does Sakura really taste like? This is my kind of mystery.
I see a thing.
What's this? A red button. Hey, do you think...
Seems it was torn off of something found near the samurai dog stand. Could it have been dropped by our red-hooded suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the stand, please?
There's something down here, all right. Let's see.
A red raincoat. This must be... the one the suspect was wearing. They must have taken it off and hidden it under there before they made their escape. Red raincoat. Seemingly discarded by the person in the red hood, found under the samurai dog stand. The sleeve, it's inside out. The button is missing too. Well, what do you know? We have a red button and a red sleeve that's missing a button. Ba-boom. The button seems to have come from this raincoat. It must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off.
Huh. The right sleeve's inside out too.
Seems it was removed in a hurry. Fast enough to tear a button off, no less. I surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting the president. They then slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the spectator area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off.
Yep, and the missing button.
The question, of course, is, why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve?
Oh yeah, only the right sleeve is inside out.
Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached.
So, what does this mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. Let's have a look-see, shall we? Let's take a closer look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, would you look at that? What is this?
This is a blood stain. Considering where it's located, I'd say the blood belongs to our would-be assassin.
So we're looking for someone with an injury?
Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm.
Huh? How do we know that?
It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place.
It's a bit of a jump in logic, but... like, it's a reasonable assumption to make, but it's definitely not concrete.
And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there is a bloodstain on the left side of the lining of the raincoat because the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve. Precisely. Or at least, we can say there was a good probability that was the case.
Red raincoat. The person who was wearing it must have had an injured left arm.
The pieces are starting to fall into place.
Investigation complete. Let's go.
Detective Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects.
Yes, sir. Suspicious characters with injured left arms. Coming right up. He didn't even run off screen. He just disappeared. Bruh. Bruh, okay.
You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that. You'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
The park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe.
To be continued? Nope, just right into the next part. March 25, 3:27 p.m. Gold Lake Spectator area.
Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir.
We didn't have the assassin, Gummy.
Hold on, Kate. It's a little too soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more. Understood?
Okay. No jumping.
But he's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president.
In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses. This is no ordinary assassin.
Bring him over here, Detective. Carefully.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys. You heard Mr. Edgeworth. He. Fans of the Ace Attorney series should recognize this guy, but I'm not going to say what it is. what his deal is just yet. No umbrella, and a bandage on his left arm. Well, pal, state your name already.
Doe. John Doe. Charmed, I'm sure.
I don't know what nationality he's supposed to be, but he's probably supposed to be American, but he strikes me as a guy who would have a voice like that.
John Doe.
Not a name you often hear in real life. Yeah, it's way too plain for it to be an Ace Attorney name.
That's correct.
I know this man from somewhere, I'm sure of it.
And you are Prosecutor Edgeworth? You know my name? Of course. I have been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you'd care to explain why you've asked to speak with me. As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I am afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. My. Well, isn't that shocking?
Just swinging his little ice cream around.
And this same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair.
The two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next?
A showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words.
I did not realize that the first testimony in this case comes from John Doe. Let's not go there. I know how it works.
Detective Gumshoe, if you've finished leaking my professional strategies to the press... yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thanks a bunch, you big old grouch. As if it would have done any harm.
That's really just like tutorial stuff. But I know how it works. Doe's deposition.
I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I can still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required.
I would like to, real quick, I would just like to quickly show y'all what this week's comic strip that I posted this morning was about. Umbrellas. What a coincidence. I didn't even realize. I didn't know. I drew this yesterday. Wild. Anyway. Where's my thing?
So you contend you are not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is. Is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella.
Team Raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. Heck, I don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, or snow, or shine, it's my trusty pocket every time.
Not exactly the line of inquiry I was hoping to pursue. I was Team Umbrella. Until I started living in areas that are a bit windier. And then the moment the wind catches your umbrella, it's fucking useless. The last few umbrellas I've had broke within like 1 or 2 times of using them. Because I just walked through an area that was a little too windy and poof, it's inside out, some of the frames snapped, it's broken. Useless, anyway. They still make for a very cool weapon conceptually, though.
So you see, I am not your would-be killer. And I am not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I am just a simple ice cream oh my. Forgive me, my wound seems to have begun bleeding again in all the excitement.
The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm.
I'm onto you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time.
Rebuttal. I believe. But you have no proof this person is injured as you claim. Yes, we do. There's blood on the raincoat. I could have pressed everything, but like it was blatantly obvious. It was staring me in the face.
You seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe. But not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind. Something of vital importance.
I'm trying to listen. It is still the same. It does still have the same leitmotif in it. So the Edgeworth's objection themes use the classic Edgeworth / Von Karma leitmotif. despite being a massive fan of not only the Ace Attorney series, but also the Investigations games, I did not realize until, like, I think either yesterday or the day before, that his objection theme has that leitmotif in it. Da, 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 da. I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. The code does not belong to me. Or do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation? Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. Your wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies, because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured, and now I can prove that person was you, with this decisive piece of evidence. The ice cream sweating instead of him. You see, Mr. Doe, there was a small amount of blood on the inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin. Whee! And then it just sails back into his head. Attempting murder on a foreign leader, causing a diplomatic incident, they'll throw the book at you. You can give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need to talk to you. But we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with the blood on the coat, and that will be that. We have the evidence. Why don't you make it easier for all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Zhengfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. Doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it, I was wearing the raincoat. He confessed! Say the word and I'll slap the cuffs on him right now. But I did not shoot at the president. What? Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I'm aware, that is not a crime. Ba 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 ba. I am no assassin. I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now are you finally satisfied that I am telling the truth?
As if, your story stinks. You don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there, plain as day. The assassin. And they're wearing a red raincoat.
Intriguing, but that is not me.
Oh, come on!
Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why does he seem so sure of himself? Interesting. To be fair, he does have a good argument here. Anyway, I don't actually know what I'm supposed to present to, so I guess we are going to press everything this time.
Hold it!
A simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. I don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the most important thing about making ice cream is, of course. Mr. Edgeworth? Why, the most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart.
And what does virtue have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. There, I hope you now see. I am nothing more than an ice cream seller. That was the biggest non-answer I've ever seen. But unfortunately, Edgeworth doesn't know enough about ice cream to dispute it.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice, considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better that than have one of my hands occupied with an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve, after all. Then why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me, I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day, after all. Eventful? Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Zheng Fa was shot at.
The man makes a good point.
Hold it!
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. So keen, in fact, that I can see you even though I have my eyes closed. The names of the bodyguards were written on the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was... Rook. That's correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. Okay, that is a better... Despite the surname being significantly more blatant by the removal of the E, Bastion is a significantly better name for him than the fan translation, which referred to him as Ethan Rook. But Bastion is like a castle, and it's like fortified. I like that, that's good. It's a good name. I expect you noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony if you don't mind. As you wish. The bodyguard on the left, Bastion Rook was it, was especially quick to respond. And I'm guessing almost certainly classified. That's... Yeah, there we go. As I suspected, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. And you overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, then tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguard's names.
Oh, we're already getting this theme? I love this theme. I don't know what the official localized name of it is. Hold on, let me turn this up a bit. Well, actually, hold on. Okay, yeah, it is already at the full volume. I don't know what the official localized name of it is, but it's previously been referred to as Pursuit Wanting to Find the Truth. So they probably have a better localized name for it now, but that's what I know it as. It's a really good song. What? Sure, you jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it? We only know those names thanks to the security plan. But look closely. Only their surnames appear. Yet we all clearly heard you say the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have.
Seems pretty darn suspicious to me. Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue.
Another lie. He is the assassin, just like we said.
Come now, miss. I like that his face doesn't emote at all, and it's just the ice cream emoting for him. Come now, miss. It's a little too soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is... well, I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget. You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying. I am not lying. I am, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook, yes. And I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you're more than welcome to ask him. Although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the President's safety. But suppose you are able to speak with him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help prove I was the shooter? If you weren't the shooter, why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, it had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? No. Is he actually going to worm his way out of this? I mean, we could point out the fact that it was hidden under a fucking... the samurai dog stand. That's not just taking it off.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man. He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already.
You might be willing to arrest a man without sufficient proof, but I am not.
No, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's gotta be something you can do. Shall concedes here as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice.
Sigh. It seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. What you know?
What's his angle here?
I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood. What? Are you kidding? It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them before the president's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was directly aimed at the president's head.
He's claiming there was another red-hooded person? Preposterous! You know, red isn't that weird of a color for a raincoat. It's entirely possible, plausible even, that there could have been another person there who was wearing a red raincoat.
I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so naturally I removed my raincoat.
So not only did you see the assassin, but they were wearing exactly the same thing as you? How very convenient.
I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Especially not if I had said the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor.
Well, I know you didn't mean me. I wasn't even summoned until after the shooting.
No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there.
Huh? Me?
Yes, the photograph will prove it, I'm sure. You see? Right there in front of the person in the red hood.
That's me, yes. But what exactly are you saying?
What's his endgame here?
As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. And while pondering the details, I noticed something strange.
Strange? What exactly?
Come now. A man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow.
This picture shows the chief prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. But there's nothing weird about that, is there?
Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the president's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here.
What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what's in this picture? Now, I do actually remember the answer to this one, and it's the tape. Because in this part, high-pitched gentlemen, the meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? So this is Payne and the chief prosecutor, which means that Tabby was standing right behind these guys, and yet Tabby is nowhere to be seen in the photo.
Take that!
Of course.
The tape contradicts the photograph.
Ah, so you have noticed at last.
What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth?
Someone's missing. Someone who should be here.
Huh? But who?
Who indeed? The person who is missing from this photograph is...
It's Tabby Lloyd.
Take that!
Huh?
Miss Lloyd?
How do you figure that?
Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. Considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor.
Oh, there were these two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole darn time.
She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape.
You're right, but she's not in the picture.
Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person?
No.
Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions?
Whoa, y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure, knock yourself out. I got nothing to hide.
Oh, diving right into another testimony.
It ain't like I was standing still the whole time. No, I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, and the tapes from when I was in another.
I remember how this one works.
So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding.
There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor, I'm certain of it.
Tabby wouldn't lie to us. I know she wouldn't.
You met her like 10 minutes ago.
But if she did, that would mean...
that she's our perp.
Will y'all quit messing with me? As if I could have done a thing like that. Little old me?
I might be inclined to believe you, if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency.
It does? I thought it was pretty good.
Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction. So I know this one. Da-da-da-da-da. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot and the tapes from when I was in another. Except, in the photo you can see he's raising his hand in the air. And on the tape, the president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches the fever pitch. They happened at the exact same time. I mean, sure, he could have raised his fist in the air at a different point in the speech, but based on Ace Attorney logic, this is the answer. I feel like the further we get into this, because like this is still fairly early on in the game, so fairly early on, it's literally the first case. So I feel like here the contradictions are a bit more obvious, So it's a mix of like seeing the contradiction and remembering what it was. I think as we get later into the game, I'm going to forget more and I'll actually have to try and figure things out. Miss Lloyd, it's imperative for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? Not in this day and age.
You're dang right it is, and I don't lie.
And yet the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time.
What? You can't prove that.
Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you are making your recording. What part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording?
It's the fact that he's got his arm up in the air.
See here? The president has his fist raised.
And? What about it?
Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again?
No, see, it ain't that simple.
What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice?
You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles?
Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law.
The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch.
There! That's the moment right there! Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording.
Which means Tabby should be in the picture too.
And she is, right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood.
What? And we get the good music again. Twice in quick succession.
So you're our shooter, huh?
No, I don't even own a jacket like that.
That's right. From everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is...
Yeah. The raincoat is John's.
We've already proven that the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happens to have a red hood. So there were two people with red hoods all along? Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true.
Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other?
Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat, only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Miss Lloyd.
Huh? This whole thing? Well, the best thing about it, like I said, is if I get nut and such on it. It's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Ah!
Just as I thought.
The inside of her hood, it's...
Dang it. Oops.
It's red!
That's right. And when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible. What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal?
Wait, I never wore it that way around.
Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves.
And how are y'all gonna... And y'all are gonna confirm that how, exactly?
It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said...
Heck, I don't use it either. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty parka every time.
If you haven't reversed your parka since the rain, then the inside should be dry.
Wait a sec now, I got this big old backpack on, see? So I can't take off my jacket, yeah.
Also, interestingly, her hood, the inside of her hood is red, but the inside of her sleeves are not. So that's interesting.
Maybe I could show y'all some other time.
Think an excuse like that? You think an excuse that weak is gonna wash with Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh.
Well, what are you waiting for? If you're innocent, take it off and show us.
It wasn't me, I swear. I never shot the dang president. I would never.
If that's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. If there is a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka, is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today?
I'm sorry, Ruffles. There's something I never told you. Something I couldn't. But I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear?
All that.
Who said that? I'm pretty sure this guy has an objection voice too, but he doesn't have a hold-up voice, I guess. I wonder what the voices for the new characters are going to sound like. Because I did notice in the original, in the first game, they did actually redub one of the voices. Because her original objection voice was like, not great. So they redid it to give her a bit more energy in her voice. But now these characters, they never had official English voices. Oops, I bumped my table.
Hold your horses. It's a little too soon for the endgame.
There he is.
I got spoiled on this guy's name. Spoiled by the wiki. Because I was looking up the page for the fucking thinker.
That goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move.
It's one of the men from K's photograph.
Guess I better introduce myself.
Spin!
He spin! The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard.
That is remarkably poor trigger safety. Not only does he have his finger on the trigger, he's also pointing it at people. Bro. In the fan translation, his name was Horace Knightley, as in like horse. Here he's Bronco, because a Bronco is a horse. I do think I like Horace better. Like, Bastion was great, Bronco, eh. I'm on.
And second in command of his security detail.
Point that thing someplace else, pal. What the heck's wrong with you?
Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good.
You're not a member of law enforcement, so how did you get a gun?
Assault girls on loan from Zhangfa, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I've got 2 tidbits of news for you. You want the good or the bad first? Choice is yours.
I'm indifferent, whichever you prefer.
Really? You giving up the first move advantage just like that?
This game is like really focused on chess. In case you couldn't tell by the fact that Rook and Knight were like shown as chess pieces on the thing, on the security detail, and the fact that we have mind chess and everything.
Whatever, your loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then.
So you play a little chess, I take it?
Ah, fellow fan are you, Mr. Red Suit?
The name's Edgeworth. You could say I dabble.
Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch.
He didn't? That's a relief.
Particularly for the young lady there. That means there is no longer a murder charge on the table.
That is good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, 'cause I'd never...
Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow. Our boss. Put himself in the line of fire.
You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook?
Yeah, it's game over for him.
No way! Rook is dead. A genuine loss.
So, you're saying that Tabby...
Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague. My brother in arms.
Oh, heck no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill nobody. I could never. I'd shut my mouth if I were you, murderer. Put the gun down, man. Sure, we did what we had to. Sacrificed one of our pieces to protect the king. But to lose someone like him during our castling, it's a real shame.
Castling? What's that even mean?
It's a chess term. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where the rook switches places with the king.
Why didn't he just say so?
Mr. Knight, was it? Yeah? What? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news. And it's the piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you said there were only two. The National Police Force at Zhangfa will be handling things from here. What?
You better be kidding, pal.
This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yatagarasu case? The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. Makes sense that the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? That was a mistake. A big one. He should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with President Wong. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. You're coming with me. We'll continue this on the presidential plane.
No, no. I never did nothing, I swear.
We can do this the hard way if you like. But in Zhangfa, justice is served one way or another.
Ruffles, come on, you gotta help me out here, please.
Miss Lloyd. She was the one in the red hood, there's no denying that now. But I can't help feeling we still don't know the whole truth behind this case.
I'm innocent, you gotta believe me.
Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her? This is no act by a criminal. She's genuinely scared. You never know, she could just be a good actor. And if I let him take her, we'll never know what really happened. Eek!
What? What? Huh? What the?
Get your filthy hands off of... There he is. Quiet now. There's not really any way to greet me. There's the man. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am? I'm disappointed.
What? It's you!
Ah, so you do remember.
What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers.
Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. There are too many gruff voices here. It's going to completely destroy my throat. Who are you really, Mr. Dow? Let's just say that I'm no simple ice cream seller. Guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's Shelly the Killer. Now, I was thinking to myself recently, I was like, I used to think like, man, the investigation games really go hard on like bringing back returning characters. But then I remembered like, they just do that in the original trilogy. The older games just brought back characters all over the place. It's only like the newer 3D games that don't do that. Presumably because they'd have to make brand new 3D models if they wanted to bring back a returning character. But yeah, Shelly the Killer is a returning character from the second game. The Killer? There's not a legal professional in the country that doesn't know that name. Oh, he's supposed to be speaking, goddammit.
An assassin capable of taking down any target. Any place, any time. This isn't the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for? In a sense, yes. A certain someone did hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wong. I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... how could I have been so careless? He's even wearing his fucking logo on his shirt. He's not subtle in the slightest. My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. He didn't bring a gun? Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me? I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. He what? He what? What are you up to, killer? I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion.
Huh? But why?
Bastian Rook was a man of great skill, one with whom I have felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely.
You're just using the investigation to get close to the president.
Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane.
You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard.
Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command.
Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
You? Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me!
If that is indeed the case, then I would ask you to make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw your life away, or will you allow the investigation to continue?
Nah. Is he really doing this to gain access to the president? Does he even need to? What is he plotting?
You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation.
What do we do, sir?
It would seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. That said, listen, detective, and listen well.
And Payne's just there in the background.
I'll buy us some time as we investigate. Meanwhile, you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolute certain there is no way he can escape.
Yes, sir, you got it.
Now now it's to be continued. Save your progress. Also, the second game, the border color is yellow instead of red. Interesting. Wait, did that say latter? Are we already in the latter half of the case? Hold on. We're already in the latter half of the case. Okay, yeah, we can... It's been like 2 hours and we're already in the latter half. We can probably finish this case today. And then next weekend we go to case 2. Although next weekend I do need to do this month's Lego building stream. So it'll only be one Ace Attorney stream that weekend. Which I guess was this week as well.
With the death of Bastian Rook and the revelation that Shelley the Killer was in our midst, the case had taken a turn we could never have predicted. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened, and the emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body were asked to leave. With the scene cleared, we stepped cautiously aboard.
Why is there a spacesuit? There's a spacesuit, there's a hazmat suit. What the heck? I don't... So, like, obviously this is like just an updated version of the original art. But, like, from the original art, I don't think I realized there was, like, a fucking spacesuit in the background. Anyway, March 25th, 4:15 p.m., Zhengfa Presidential Plane. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? Ah, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Ha! Sorry to disappoint, but... Did you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? As we have already established, my interest only lies in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body. Alright. My only option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. So, the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard.
Hehehe. You look like you could use a little help there, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not that I need it, but yes.
That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Kay Faraday, great thief extraordinaire, we'll just have to take it from here.
Oh, really? You mean you've got something to solve the case for me?
Nope,
I thought not.
but I will provide vital assistance. Now let's get to scouring the crime scene from top to bottom.
I was thinking, like, oh, is she gonna... Are we busting out Little Thief already? That'll be explained later. But, like, as it turns out, no, that's just the introduction to the fact that Kay is now going to be our partner instead of Gumshoe. It will take Detective Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup. So I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible.
Begin investigation.
I guess let's start with the body of Mr. Rook. I don't like that they changed it. Where's the nook and cranny? I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Maybe they changed it in the Japanese version as well, between games, and that's why the English version has come up with a different one. The bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. The bullet passed through the victim. Where did it end up? He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover.
Like it was on purpose or something, huh?
The cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to staunch it, but to no avail. Crime scene notes. The victim bled to death from a gunshot wound to the torso. The bullet passed clean through his body.
The medics must have been brought in to try and save him.
Sadly, it was too little too late. It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There was some in-case photograph, too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. Designed to provide protection from gunfire. Knight and Rook were each issued one.
Oh hey, that's the photo I snatched.
You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay.
But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know.
I take it snatch is your new favorite word?
Maybe.
It's the victim, Mr. Bastian Rook, bodyguard to the president of Zhengfa.
He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting started.
Which means he continued to do his duty right until his dying breath.
At least he'll get posthumously promoted?
Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing than to end up with your foot in your mouth.
What do you mean?
I mean, bodyguards don't even operate on the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. So the victim was also carrying a revolver.
Looks like he was trying to use it.
Yeah, his finger's on the trigger. He probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should also check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there, and no other signs of the weapon having been used. Was this one on loan from Zhengfa too?
Yep, sure was. We're always issued with the same model gun.
The same model, huh?
That looks pretty similar to me.
The two guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one we found is also from Zhengfa. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The bodyguards all got their guns from the Zhengfa authorities, right?
Yes.
Are they, like, super rare or anything?
No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either.
Boo! And here I thought they might be valuable treasures.
Yes, it is something of a shame.
Whoa! I mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once.
I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them, which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose.
Ha! See? Everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation.
You could say that.
Alright then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation.
She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. I know it's a bit early before I would normally end, but I think I'm going to take a quick break to like use the bathroom, have a quick lunch, and then we'll finish off the other half of the case once I get back. So I will see y'all in a bit. Where's my BRB scene again? Making sure I don't click the wrong one.
Hi. I have food. I can't stop playing yet because I have to eat. If I started playing now, I'd be trying to voice act in between bites. And that's no good. You know, I'm thinking. So far, I have been enjoying playing through like the official translation for this, but like the fact that I do know like how all this plays out, it does take some of the fun out of it. Because like when I was playing Famicom Detective Club, like half the fun was just trying to speculate on how everything was gonna go. I'm trying to figure it out before the game tells you. I'm like, I am definitely like okay with streaming games that I've already played before, but I think for games like this where like the whole point is just the story, it doesn't hit the same, you know? But at least for this one, it is like, you know, it's a new translation at least. So I'm not gonna know everything. I want to see all the characters' names. So I'm still gonna continue streaming this one. But it's like, this is why I stopped streaming Danganronpa. Because like, I already know everything that happens in that game. If they ever make a new Danganronpa though, then I might be interested in streaming that. But the existing ones, I still need to find some time to actually play it on my own time. But yeah, we're not going to come back to streaming that. Not when there are so many other mystery games I haven't played yet. I'll try to eat quickly. Does this make the music louder? I don't think it does. I don't think the pause menu affects the volume. It is real nice seeing what was originally pixel art updated like this, and you can see all the details and everything. Like, obviously pixel art has its charm as well, you know, but like, it's just cool. It's cool to me. I'm not a graphic snob or anything, but why do I feel the need to justify myself? Something I want to check. I forgot to check when I was playing the first one. Which one is it? Is it gameplay? What is reader? Reader mode autoplay. Automatically progresses through dialogue when enabled. No. Story mode automatically progresses through the game when enabled, including answering questions. No, we good. Where? Vibration. It's window transparency, wait time. Huh, can you not change? I guess you can't change to the original sprites from the options menu. At least not from the in-game options menu. Probably need to do it from the main menu. I was gonna see if like switching to that because oh, sorry. Oh, actually, I can probably just see from the trailer. Hold on. Oh, but I'm not going to load up the trailer in the middle of stream. Because I couldn't remember in the trailer if, like, switching to the original sprites also pixelates the background. Like, it should, But also, I didn't remember it doing that in the trailer. But I think that's because I was too focused on the actual character sprites that I didn't look at the area around them. So I just sort of wanted to see. I guess I'll check that out on my own time. I'm almost done. Almost done eating. Thinking about, like, any of the characters we've seen so far would be good for the quiz. I really like Bastion Rook's official name, but I don't know if it's funny enough for the quiz. I generally try to choose names that I feel are funny. Because, you know, I don't want people to get frustrated by it or whatever. Since I'm deliberately choosing people who, like, don't know about the topic being quizzed on, I want there to be some level of humor in there. So they have a fun time. Oh. Okay, just let me put my plate back in the kitchen and we'll get back to it. Okie dokie. Just maximize the stream on my phone again. Let's get back to it. Let's finish the first case. And then starting from next week, we'll continue through the game at a more normal pace instead of trying to get through a whole case in one stream. Two gas masks. One in case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. In case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The president certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times.
Wow, gas masks. I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course.
Oh, from a fellow thief, I presume. There's one thing I forgot to do. I'm gonna get another throat lozenge.
I'll be right back.
Sorry, the packet wouldn't open. I was trying to open it real quick and, like, shove it in my gob before I came back. But then the packet wouldn't open. Anyway. Oh, from a fellow thief, I presume.
No, from the Chairman Ninja. You know, my favorite kids' TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but Toxic Ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns.
And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell or two. Bro, you're a Steel Samurai fan. You have no room to speak here. What is this? Someone has left an inflatable boat and ore here. Probably so it's ready to go at any time.
Wait, but there's only one ore.
You can still row with one oar, you know. I'll have a look around first before I speak to anyone. A riot shield, and next to it a canary in a cage.
Aw, she's so sweet. I want one. Did you ever see a cuter partner in crime?
Partner in crime?
Well, yeah, she can help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. A great thief has no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sadly, such birds are most commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? Bro's got gas mask, inflatable raft, hazmat suit, space suit, life jacket. I think that's a parachute as well next to it. Bulletproof vest, emergency buzzers, riot shield, canary. Bro is afraid. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. What is this? A curious figure of an animal with a curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression on it is staring straight at me. Careful, Edgeworth. You're gonna turn into Francisca at that, right?
And look, there's a big lever right by its butt.
Don't even think about it.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about anything, I swear.
I imagine that lever opens the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trapdoor. I'd strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so and you will regret it. You know, I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. Documents of some kind.
We can always steal a glance.
Another security plan. Also covered in case of amphibious assault. The president's safety is paramount. Spectator area should be covered at all times.
Oh yeah. Like the one from the trash can.
Precisely. But wait, something feels off. Well, obviously there's a bunch of pawns around, but I believe... Yeah, they're on the opposite sides. The two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Huh? Oh, you're right.
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders. Oh, and now I can actually point out the reason I thought, like, they said stay frosty was because the killer disguised himself as an ice cream salesman. So, you know, frosty. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. The killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. Only Rook and Knight rather, have unique designs. Everyone else is just the same bald-headed guy with the same heckin' facial hair. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all have been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure too.
And where were you while this was happening?
You were the first one I overpowered, were you not?
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Shut up, kid.
Ah, now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal and you've already forgotten who I am? I'm disappointed.
But it's you. Busted up my neck so bad I can't even look to my right.
I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill. He was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other someone I could mention.
I'm just as good as he ever was.
You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend.
What the heck do you know?
So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name? You admired his skills as a bodyguard? Indeed. While I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his, in particular, stayed with me. It joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me.
So that's the connection he was talking about. And that's why we changed up the security plan. Had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts 2 people. Me and Rook.
Da 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 da. How does that explain your change of position?
Oh yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side.
I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. Can only cover the president's left side. I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
Knight can't turn his head to the right, so he was moved to the right side of the stage. Hello there.
That looks heavy.
BDGD. I wonder if that's a reference to anything.
So this is what the president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special.
Yes, to protect him from bullets.
What? So it's not just for show?
Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest.
Oh, so that's what one of those looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly.
So does that mean... Well, before I do, I want to look at these. These personal safety alarms are very colorful. Looks like they get a lot of use as well.
I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too.
Why would they all be here? Why would they all be here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use.
Objection, Your Honor. If it is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Why, you ask? Because he is human, and therefore only possesses 2 hands.
20 hands would be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection. Has a bullet lodged in it, and the bullet went through the body. And he was protecting the president. So, yeah. 2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One traveled through the flag and into the balloon. The other took Mr. Rook's life.
But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How's that possible?
How indeed? The numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation.
There is?
After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1.
No way!
He's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse.
And he wasn't injured at all by the impact? Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage.
Sure, I've known guys who got broken bones that way. But the president's okay. He's made of strong stuff.
Sounds like he didn't even need a vest.
Let's not get carried away here.
I want that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed.
Remind me what those are again?
Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire.
I've learned that apparently ballistic markings really aren't all that accurate. I don't remember where I heard it from, but I do remember hearing that. But like, in Ace Attorney they treat it as like gospel.
By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sort.
You can tell all that from a bullet? Then what are we waiting for? Analyze away.
Might be easier said than done. That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it. You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find.
What? But I was all set for some analyzing. Bulletproof vest.
Alright, let's look up here.
It's a bank of monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane.
Everyone shows us.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. These monitors are displaying the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior. But I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
You don't? How about the, you know, the one that is just static?
This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room.
They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res.
Oh? I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but...
I can even see the little crow's feet around your eyes. Oh, my bad. They're just the usual deeply etched lines, you know, on your forehead.
If you've quite finished...
What about this little dude?
What on earth is this?
Oh, that?
That's the president's favorite plushie.
It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch.
If that's the case, then why has it been...
Left up here and there like no one cares about it. Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it?
I think I'm slowly drifting to giving Edgeworth more Britishness in his voice. I need to dial it back. Edgeworth is supposed to be American. At least in this version of the game.
I thought something seemed strange about this cubbyhole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here.
Security monitors, jotted down. Is that everything? Oh wait, no, we don't need to speak to people, okay.
That's quite enough investigating for now.
Nah. What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case?
No, not yet.
Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you do so.
Another witness? Who?
You don't mean...
The most important witness of all. The man on the other side of that door.
He really intends to have me question the president?
Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop right there, the killer. You're nuts if you think I'd let him... If you think I'd let him anywhere near you.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through the security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Gah.
Nothing.
Well then, if nothing else, we now know what kind of a man you really are. Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this! Let's just all calm down, alright?
Come on, detective, where the blazes are you?
The lights, what's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I will not be granted my audience with the President after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! Kay! You won't get away with this, to killer. I've seen enough, and I now know the truth.
Where are you? Where did you go?
Ah!
Even dressed in pink, they managed to make him look intimidating.
I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
Worth. Edgeworth. Oh, I thought that was K. Detective Gumshoe?
Sir! Mr. Edgeworth, sir!
Got him face down on the floor. I must have been knocked unconscious.
Sir, you're okay!
You alright, Mr. Edgeworth?
Never mind me, he didn't hurt you. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay?
Nah, I'm fine. Only just woke up myself. My head'll be sore for a while, but that's about it. So you can stop worrying.
Detective, did you manage to stop the killer?
Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and, she told us he'd flown the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something, too. Seems there's an inflatable boat missing from by the window.
Oh yeah, it was there, but it's gone.
The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake. What about the cordon around the park? Called everybody back in order to stake out the plane, including the guy stationed across the water.
No. So he's completely slipped through our fingers?
Not the best look for the department, but yeah.
Hey, Edgeworth.
Mr. Knight, you're alive.
Yeah. No thanks to that murderer.
Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth. A calling card, marked with a seashell. Guess he wanted to leave a message.
The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims.
But you're not dead, sir.
But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. Can't stop thinking about his parting words.
I have seen enough. I now know the truth. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth.
And now I know the truth. The truth about what?
Roger that. All clear out here, sir. Over.
What's going on?
That was the president. He's coming out.
Now? There he is. With some bald guys. I do see why the fan translation changed his name to Huang, because it does seem funny to just have him show up and just have Wang underneath him. I know it's pronounced Wang, but it looks like Wang. So he's the president of Zhengfa, Mr. Dijun Wang.
And you are?
This man's gonna wreck my voice even more. Let's go.
It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijun Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zheng Fa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis.
He must be referring to the Yatagarasu case.
Thank you, sir. But all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I have been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth. Even if the killer did get away.
It's very kind of you to say. So he was watching through his security feed.
Sadly, I must inform you that that is as far as your investigation goes.
What do you mean? That should be... What do you mean?
Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs, and from this point forward, the case will be handled by Zheng Fa's police force, the finest in the world.
Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case?
What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. If it hadn't been for him, the killer would have.
Detective! Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. I fail to see how or why this case falls within Zheng Fa's jurisdiction.
You fail to see? Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no! 1,000 times no. I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane.
I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. Ugh. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. Why? Why let us come so far only to pull the case out from under us?
Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect.
Yes, sir, right away.
To make an attempt on my life, to murder one of my faithful servants, the effrontery, the villainy.
I didn't murder nobody.
Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist.
Answer me this. In a world already lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no, 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender.
Let it be known that even though you cannot see my hands, I am like flailing them around as I speak. It's part of the reason why sometimes I think maybe I should have gone for a 3D model instead of a 2D one. Because then, you know, I could like track my hands or something and you could see me flailing about.
Why, you ask me? Then I will tell you.
He's hiding something, I'm certain of it. And if I leave now, we'll never know the truth.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do.
Think, Miles. Remember. How many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses and countered the arguments of other lawyers. I feel like this should be in blue text because his mouth is clearly not moving, but okay. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No. And yet you always got to the truth of the situation in the end. With your greatest weapon of all, your words. I'm sending you to the chess dimension! Now, let us analyze the state of play. It's only got 2 pieces.
Be gone, puny prosecutor, or do you dare defy the direct order of a president?
He's not going to listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing to do is bide my time and wait for an opening. As he said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician. He won't open himself up to attack easily. I can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he is insisting on Zheng Fa taking over the case. The board is set. Time to make my opening gambit. And that's why the game's called Prosecutor's Gambit. Mind chess. Commence. Explain to me why I'm off the case. Could you at least explain to me why I am off the case?
Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern.
Sorry if I'm peeking the mic a little. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. Okay. So who will take over the case? Please, about the case.
Did I give you permission to speak?
I am. In case you couldn't tell by the way my model's moving, I am literally rolling back, moving further away, so that when I do this guy's voice, it doesn't peak the mic.
Did I give you permission to speak? No! 1,000 times no!
By time.
I am the leader of Zheng Fa. I have no time for your insolent backchat.
I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your national police force?
I do. Now enough of your pointless questions.
Bide time. You basically just have to wait until the question pops up in a way that's not like... until a non-pointless question pops up.
Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Zheng Fa. You have no rights here.
Is that so? Could it be that our current location is itself significant somehow? I should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. No, I didn't mean to click that. I guess the D-pad didn't work. I've exhausted this avenue of inquiry. Let me try another angle. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case?
Imbecile! Cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern.
Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. Are they related to our current location? In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. Spin!
You smarmy smart aleck.
As you said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Zheng Fa. And for that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? Extraterritoriality comes up a lot in the final case of the first Ace Attorney Investigations game. So this is like, oh no. It's like trauma for anyone who didn't like that case. To my understanding, a lot of people don't like it. I personally did.
Enough! Cease your objectionable whining. If you have nothing else to say, then stop wasting my time and get out of my sight.
Maybe there is such a thing as biting my... What? Oh, I guess because he wasn't being super aggressive, but I didn't think the question felt like it was something worth pursuing.
but okay. I can't let him bully me onto the back foot. I have to stay calm and alert. If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find an opening. Okay, so I do need to keep an eye on not just what he's saying, but how he's saying it. Explain to me why I'm off the case. I'm not going to read it a second time. Allow me to save my voice just a little bit. Smarmy. You can infer extraterritoriality. Enough, cease your objectionable whining. Things getting too hot for you? You can rant and roar all you like, but it won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated.
You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true! Extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here.
Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with it with all this. Huh. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? Recharge. This next move will surely decide the victor. I'm like leaning forward to do Edgeworth's voice, and then leaning way back to do Wong's voice. He may be the president, but nobody is untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. Does that rule really apply here? You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it?
Do you even understand what you are asking?
Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask it.
Have you no shame, calling into question the good word of one such as myself?
By the time, he's angry.
I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness.
You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime.
Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zengfa!
Is that a fucking This Is Sparta reference? They've done one of those before in the series. It wouldn't be out of question. If I want to take this any further, I'll need a clue of some kind. Let me try another tack for now. You've overplayed your hand. Surely you see that you have overplayed your hand.
Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey me, nothing else. You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me?
On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes, I do.
No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. There is nothing left to debate. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect.
Fascinating. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired at him from outside the plane, which means it's not Zengfa territory. This could be a vital clue. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? We've already read this, but I'll read it again.
Do you even understand what you're asking?
Of course. If I didn't, I wouldn't ask it.
Have you no shame, calling into question the good word of one such as myself? I have no more time for this.
You clearly cannot be saved from your own foolishness.
You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime.
Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Zengfa.
Time to deploy my clue.
And it's just a pawn.
I may not be able to call extraterritoriality of the presidential plane into doubt. However, according to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the detainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. Boom.
How could I have bested by a mere prosecutor? But I am the president! The president!
Checkmate. Now give me my evidence back. Mine chess. Like, if we look at our evidence, yeah, they took everything except the badge. Wait, what does he say? Proof of my profession. However, I prefer to keep it in my pocket. Meanwhile, Phoenix and Co. always wear theirs. I trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President.
Grrr. I hereby officially and unreservedly confer my approval. Consider it a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby, there can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty and our hearts. The people of Zengfa, I swear to you here and now, the investigation will continue.
All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me.
He's a politician. That's politics. Insert the fucking bear from Undertale. That's politics. Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence.
Take it.
We got the evidence back.
We did it, Mr. Edgeworth.
We sure did. And now now the investigation can continue. Whatever. Enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. Then you will definitely enjoy my next move. Mr. President, one more favor if you would be so kind.
What is it?
Could you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself?
Now you want me to testify?
Whoa, that's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court. All in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so. That's... What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know?
Stand down, Knight. I'll do as the prosecutor asks.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Now listen, and listen well.
President Wang's testimony.
Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang! A shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. No hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. A bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself in the bulletproof vest I was wearing.
I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here.
Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply at the wrong place in the wrong time.
That makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation?
My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public. A cover-up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
And the president isn't the only one who knows the truth. Isn't that right, Mr. Knight?
It's time to get to the bottom of this once and for all. Hold on, I want to make a note of something. Not related to this, mind you. Just something on my mind. Okay. We good? Let's go. Now, I believe I remember. Partially remember, partially realizing. A plain, unblemished balloon of red. Actually, it was this one. You say it was a plain red balloon that burst, but I strongly beg to differ. Take a look at this. I think you'd agree it's hardly plain, wouldn't you? No! What? Who is that? Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him. Especially if you are hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country.
Yeah, you need to watch the Jamma Ninja too. He's amazing.
So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was, in fact, of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And there they are, right on the security plan.
They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons.
Knight, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself.
Yes, Mr. President. It seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir.
Borrowed?
That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. What if the original balloons burst somehow? So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement?
Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have it. Whoever took over Larry's samurai dog's business, I guess.
From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said.
Okay, maybe it is actually Larry. A happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. Huh. They filled just the bottom part up with air to make it look like another ornamental balloon. So while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above the water. Above water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight, why was I not informed of this?
Sorry, sir. We didn't think it was a pressing issue.
And indeed, you saw it and knew no different, correct? Yes, I suppose so.
Could he really have mistaken the Steel Samurai's pants for a plain red balloon?
Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course!
What's that outburst for?
Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon.
You couldn't see it?
That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. Is that so? Yes, those two flags. They were being blown back towards me. There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the this is internal thoughts, I don't need the voice. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. But does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes. A contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived at the scene, the wind had died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But if the wind had been previously blowing the flags, as the President describes, a certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. It's... Oh, which piece of evidence contradicts the stated conditions of the stage at the time of the incident? It's this!
Take that!
Because it means the bullet's trajectory was different. Earlier, we deduced that the bullet that struck the steel samurai balloon and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduced the trajectory of that the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have been on the left side of the spectator area. But if the flags were blowing as the President describes, our conclusion becomes quite different.
No way! If the flags were pointed in the other direction...
Exactly. Our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot.
Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean...
Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one who fired the shot? Gee, I wonder.
Take that!
The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight.
What?
The path from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. But the guy's one of the President's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin?
Seriously, Edgeworth. We've put up with a lot from you, but this? We're President Wong's bodyguards. We're the pieces put on the board to protect the king.
I'll handle this, Knight.
Sorry, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. The first shot was fired around the time the President raised his fists. Oh, not that. Let me see. Yeah, there's the flag. I've been noticing when I played through the the first game, I did it in handheld mode, and it would normally take like a second or two to actually bring up the court record or organizer, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't seem too well in docked mode, so that's pretty neat. The President, yeah. I have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it can also show us what was happening with the flag then too.
Take that!
Case photographs! Your proof is in this picture right here. It should be good. Which picture? Where? We can see which way the flag was really blowing right here. It's the flag.
Take that!
Well, Do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? Here we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting. So that means our pal over there... did shoot the balloon?
Making him the assassin?
Mr. Knight is not the assassin, because he was shooting in the opposite direction of the president, so clearly he's not an assassin. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point?
And watch how you answer, or I might aim for something else next.
There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. The revised trajectory data shows that Knight shot the right side of the balloon. That fact alone changes everything about the case. Logic time! President was targeted during his speech. Knight was shot. Oh, Knight was switched position. Knight can't turn his head right, so he's moved to the right side of the stage.
Yeah.
Why did Knight's assigned position change?
I told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage.
But is that the only reason? Let's suppose that the plan hadn't changed, and that Knight remained posted on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? And if we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are completely different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point?
Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. President's orders.
That's right. The president was the one who ordered the change. Change of plans. Changed on president's orders so Knight could pop the balloon? Assassination attempt and change of plans. The president was targeted during his speech, a premeditated attack. Change of orders on president's orders. Change of plans on president's orders. Reading! If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting, which means he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. And if that's true, everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. How did the shooter get a gun past such heavy security? And why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? And how did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? These are the questions that Knight and the president don't want us to consider. There is only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt.
What?
Huh? ... exclamation mark.
Idiot. You do understand what you're saying.
Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. You dare speak to me that way? Is this some kind of sick joke? Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning. Nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight, with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause panic. And then he fired again.
He did?
Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit.
So then, what's the deal with the one in the vest?
I'm willing to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred.
Heh. So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all?
Hold it! That's not true! I was shot, I tell you! We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? But you said yourself, you found the shooter in the photograph, the person with the red hood. I thought I made myself clear. The trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight.
Then where does Tabby fit into all of this?
She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The highly suspicious person with the red hood. I have yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president.
That's right. Then I was...
Tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes. Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and security plans were later found in the trash, it would have appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. But then the case would have gone cold. Exactly what our friends here were hoping for.
Hey! Right, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hold on. How do I do shoutouts again? Welcome, Jesus. Welcome, Leth. And of course, welcome, Rai. Rai Hiruma. Did I do that right? I did indeed. And this one as well. Yakuza 0. I hope you had a good time with that. Thank you again for the raid. Welcome, raiders. If you don't know me, my name's Melody Sea Turtle. I am a VTuber and author who likes to play mystery games and works on way too many projects at the same time. We are currently playing through Ace Attorney Investigations 2 Prosecutor's Path, which I have seen people play the fan translation of, but it's the only Ace Attorney game that I have not played myself, which is why I'm playing it now that it has an official English translation. I'm doing my best to voice act all the characters, but it is taking a toll on my throat, so if some of it sounds a bit off, you know why. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. Hope you had a good stream. Had a great time, lots of butt kicking. Let's go. Kicking butt, rather. How did I read that backwards? Official English translation. Let's go. It was the last game we were waiting for in English. But it's finally here. Now I need some water. I don't remember if I read this line or not, so I'm just going to read it again. All the voice acting from this game for a whole stream is killing. Take it easy, yeah. Because I didn't stream yesterday, I want to finish the first case all in the one stream, which is why I'm going for a bit longer than normal. Makes sense now why they wanted you off the case.
Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself.
It's President Wang. It's pronounced Wong, but it looks like Wang. I can't roar. And there he is. Rose a whole lion, yeah.
You unfortunately missed much of his bravado. Now you just get to see the fat version. Welcome, Tristan. And thank you for the reminder. I wonder if I should change his voice now that he's not putting up the act anymore. No, I'll keep it the same. Just maybe less confident, I guess. No, has to stay as deep. But it's difficult for me to get that deep without, like, booming my voice out like that. The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it. The entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? If that stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you. How could I let this happen?
Objection!
That's what he sounds like in the... Okay, I guess I can change Knight's voice now. I was basing his voice off of how they made his voice sound in the fan translation, which was like, objection! But now, I guess he's more... His voice isn't as gravelly as I was making it out to be. That's enough, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight! Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Yeah, well, I'm doing my job as a knight. I'm protecting my king. My man's spitting. So go ahead, keep running your mouth. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. He wouldn't, would he? Nah, I don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. If you claim I fired my gun on stage, how do you figure I did that in front of a crowd of thousands? An excellent point. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. A certain something, huh? Mighty specific. What did Knight use? It was... You can even see it in the thing. He's got his hand behind his briefcase.
Take that!
My attaché case? Yes, take a look at Kay's photograph. Look at this photograph. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. At the very moment this picture was taken, you are firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected.
Objection!
Objection! You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory. Or do you, Edgeworth? Or do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? That theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. That voice is a lot easier on my throat, so I guess we'll go with that one. The flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hid my gun with my attaché case. We changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation. Circumstantial evidence at best. You can't prove any of it. No. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You gonna go dredge it up? I hate to say it, but he's right. I don't have anything concrete. I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth. Hold it? Oh, Nicole. No, that's a fan translation. Why? I've been calling her Tabby this entire time. Why now did her fan translated name come out of my mouth? Her name's Tabby. Miss Lloyd. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need to get her to talk. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist?
No, never mind. That's what I thought.
Miss Lloyd, I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist, after all, are you not?
Dang it, I can't stay quiet any longer.
Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? I'd think carefully before opening that mouth of yours.
I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't the truth. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I should have showed you this before.
What is it?
It's the laser pointer I used on the president. That's all I done. I never shot nobody.
You stupid! I thought I told you. You squeal and you go down as an accomplice.
It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Zhangfa's embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll get you exclusive access to the president, that kind of stuff.
But what about the gun in the trash can?
That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he told me was to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point that there pointer at the president. What was the point of making me say that? I never thought for a minute it'd blow up in my face so bad. I'm sorry, I truly am.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. It ought to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham.
What is going on with my words speaking right now?
What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you intended...
The words aren't wording. Very true.
Had you successfully removed me from this case as you'd intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet,
That is certainly an animation.
So let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder? Or something like that?
Of all the dirty... I said no such thing. Hold it.
President Wong?
Give it up, Knight. It's time we came clean. It's our only choice. So, Mr. President, you admit it? You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt? I do. I'm sorry.
But why? Why do something like that?
My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. I know what we did was wrong. So yes, it was all lies. All of it.
And the bullet in the vest?
It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today.
Well, clearly, because if you look at the photos, he's clearly not wearing a bulletproof vest. You can see his abs through it. A prop used in the staged assassination attempt. The flattened bullet was also planted ahead of time.
But then, what was up with the killer?
Our plan got out somehow. And then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one.
Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close enough as the fake assassin to finish the job.
There is one thing I don't understand, though.
Oh? And what would that be?
Why did Rook have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real?
That's true. And therein lies the real question.
He was a fine bodyguard. The best, in fact. He may not have been a native of Zhangfa, but he was someone I could truly trust.
Mr. Rook must have really been something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
Sounds like he was as trustworthy as the president I am. He was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir?
I believe that's for me to say, Detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct?
He wasn't aware of any specific details, so not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused.
And you would have done well to listen to him.
This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted.
What was so great about him, anyway? What's gotten into him? He was just another piece on the board there to protect you. Nothing more.
Mr. Knight, how could you?
Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President? Well, that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most.
I value your support too, of course, but...
Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. And now that spineless fool Rook is gone, things are gonna change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, grandmaster, rightful leader of this team.
We're all well aware of your ambitions, Knight. But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you?
Why? My plan this time was perfect, as they always are. And as they always will be. That's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure. Yeah, no thanks to you, and that buffoon Rook. And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If he hadn't died, the killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you onto this plane.
Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that.
Fine. The guy died protecting you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's what he always wanted. But did he die protecting the president? Wait, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake. Ah, come on, do I have to say everything twice? We planned a fake assassination, but someone else came along and tried to make it real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Mr. Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second? That wasn't me. Oh, really? Then who did fire it? The real assassin, but not the killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. Now, the most likely suspect here is the piece cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily white queen over there. What? Why does she have a bear trap? Hey, Super Turtle, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Miss Lloyd.
Again with this? I'm not your dang assassin.
Oh, it's been a while since someone used those. I kind of forgot I had those. Hold on. Need to enable that and then... Ha! I don't use my expressions very often. I kind of forget to use them. That's why the redeems exist. Is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. Hold on, let me set a timer, actually. So I actually remember to turn it off eventually. Timer. Do for 5 minutes, I guess. Ba-ba-da-bum. What? Okay, got it. Cool. Shut up. Let me open Twitch again. Bruh. Timer on my phone wasn't being nice to me. The gun in the trash can. It can only belong to you. Knight's Gambit. As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook there in this room while I secured the president in the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. This journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash. Single killer shot? The gun in the trash fired 2 bullets. But I feel like I feel like that's the contradiction they want us to present. But then, like every fucking Ace Attorney case, it's just going to turn into, oh, but can you prove that the second shot happened today? So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The knight doesn't protect the rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king. You want to translate? He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe. I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match, in any case, for this is where our battle really begins. Knight's Gambit. Alright, well, I've already picked up on what the contradiction probably is. So I'm just gonna go for it. Shoot for the moon. Single killer shot. I didn't mean to. So Mr. Knight's suggesting that he first fired 1 shot, then Miss Lloyd fired 1 more.
Yeah, basically implying that Tabby also had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have gotten one from, but hey.
His entire testimony is pure conjecture. He can't prove any of it.
You're right. Let's hit him with some cold, hard, undeniable evidence.
Da da da. Da da da. Da da da. 2 spent bullets. So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook? Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. Well, while what you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard, the gun from the trash can itself has also been fired twice. That reaction is great. Now, why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted by the real perpetrator of the crime.
Someone faked the evidence?
Yes, and if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the spectator area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon.
I get it. So that's why it's got 2 spent rounds, huh?
Precisely. As we've already proven, the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Heh. Nice work, Edgeworth. Oh, that's his old voice. Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. But why don't you get to the point? You've come this far, spit it out. Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was you. Okay, there's the alarm. I can go back to not having a creepily wide mouth. I need to redo my model at some point. I just haven't had time. Because as I previously stated, I've been working on too many projects at the same time. It's you! You, Mr. Knight.
You're the one who murdered Mr. Rook. Ooh, finally got up the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have.
You do be working on too many projects at once, yes. Yeah. Yeah. You stretch. Everyone make sure you're stretching and being hydrated and all that stuff. Sometimes I forget. I have almost gone through my entire heckin' bottle. It wasn't only the killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot. You killed Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door to the airplane tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection!
He sounds so heckin' whiny. Objection. Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works? Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside, not even gunfire.
But wasn't the president right next door?
Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President? I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room.
And that's what you did this time too, right?
Well, that is... What's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important.
Please, President Wong.
Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed, covering my ears.
What? Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real?
Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and oh, it's just too much. He said "too" twice, but I said it once. Silly ass music. Dot 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 dot.
Oof. That there's sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish.
Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wong was cowering under the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera in this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect for you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? You think I killed the old halfwit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but... I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that the girl over there could have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah, well, how do you know? How do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? There it is. The classic Ace Attorney. Oh, but can you prove that there were that many bullets from the start? What? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday, or the day before. Then today, another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe, but can you prove it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart. I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for?
Nurg. There must be something. Mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If we can't prove it, Tabby's... Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should never have done what I did, not even for a scoop. But murder? No, that ain't me. Ain't a murderous bone in my body.
Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. If you at least add the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap. If you at least add the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case. End of conversation. Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Of course I do. This ought to be good. Bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. is the key to ending our little game. Very well. My conclusive evidence is not in my possession because we don't have it yet, but we know where it is. It's gone. Not currently in my possession. Alright then, thanks for playing folks, but that's game over. However, it is here in this room. What? As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an earlier conversation. After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. He's right. If the president had been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. I'm like flip-flopping back and forth on Knight's voice because his new objection voice hasn't stuck in my head yet. All I hear is his old one. Or his fan-made one. But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet? I like it. A twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense. Does any evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up? I believe we have it, yes. One monitor is missing. I wonder why. There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense. Bruh. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. Oh! I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around the airplane, inside and out. Why does it... They didn't update the image. It still shows the old image of where Shelley the Killer is still here in the plane. He's not here anymore. Why is it showing that? The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? There was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. It appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide what is obviously lacking. But where did it go? And why? The why is easy enough to answer. Because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So where did the missing monitor go? Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside the aircraft.
Detective Gumshoe, conduct a search if you would. Right away, sir. Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember? I have no objection to the search. Please go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way.
What are you? I don't believe this. Rook this, Rook that. Don't you ever think about anybody else?
The search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind. Sir, I found the monitor. Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullet. Let's see, if I put my head in here and just... Come on, come on. Got it. Well, look at that. Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it.
Bloody bullet. Found inside a security monitor. This seems to be the bullet that killed Rook.
And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested, straight through the heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the spectator area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Miss Rook's killer. What, no pithy comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found. Yes, sir. We'll get the evidence you need, and you can count on it.
Oh, you can even see the president's gut. One of his buttons has come open.
All right, let's hear what forensics has to say.
Our findings are as follows, sir. Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim,
Proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook.
Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun.
Probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations.
If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with this weapon.
What?
But how could that be? No way! Oh, come on! There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet.
How?
Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. 'Cause the only one backed into a corner here is you.
More testimony. Knight's counter. Ooh, I think this is the like final testimony theme from this game. I prefer the final testimony theme from the first Investigations game. This is pretty good too.
There's no denying it. Forensics proved that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the spectator area. So who pulled the trigger? It can't have been me. I was up on stage. Which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. Your move, Edgeworth, but just remember two things. One, where you found that gun, and two, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the shooter.
Hold on. I want to check. Do I actually need to... Okay, no. Let's look here, why not?
This part is called the grip. I've held a few guns in my time, though they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if there was anything else for us to investigate about the gun, but I guess not.
How did it come to this? Me and the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is.
There's no way Tabby did it. Is there?
You're really dead set on, like, believing this woman you've just met.
Don't let him get to you, Kay. We just need to go over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them.
Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, well, I don't know what we need to present and where, so let's press everything. Prove that the gun and the bullet are a match.
No, that's...
Objection.
What was it you said? The forensics would back you up?
Gurk.
How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive proof, huh? Not so good, I imagine.
The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. That kinda has to mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no?
Even so, I simply cannot accept that. But sir, there's no denying the evidence. There isn't. So what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kay?
I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it.
You're asking me to call the evidence into question?
Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did it, then the problem must lie there.
You seem very sure about this.
Call it my great thief's intuition.
Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means, as someone who believes that evidence is everything in court, the irony is not lost on me, but if I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be, well, I know this one. It's the gun. Something untoward is going on here would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun.
Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane.
I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth.
Kirk.
This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Indeed, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime, which means it must belong to him. The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. Mr. Knight's revolver switched with the one found in the spectator area. Bullet markings match those of the bullet fired in the incident. Bullet that killed... Okay, now we present this. Right? I think so, yeah. Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along. Heh. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth. And you must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was busy trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation. You took the laser sight from the gun we found in the trash can and put it on your own. Then not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? You think I somehow knew you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player, after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. Spin! I'm flattered, but as much as it pains me to admit, you're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? Knight's counter. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun out for mine, huh?
None, that's what.
I feel like this is one where we probably like press on one certain statement and then it gives you the option to say certain things rather than one where we actually have to present stuff. But I'm probably just going to press on everything because I don't know what we would present here.
You say I'm overestimating your abilities. You surprise me. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except the chessboard, that is. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame. Still, I guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up. I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses. Rather, I didn't mess up. They just got lucky with the evidence. Will be your excuse, I'd imagine.
Hold it!
A coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity? It can't be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needed to use a gun. But she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. It's not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use.
Okay, but why a revolver? Why is that your go-to gun?
It's probably something to do with the ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example. Exactly. The perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail. Or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way.
Look, there's a laser sight attached.
Because you swapped it on there. Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Well, that is... Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here.
Hold it!
Alright, what about this one?
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder? Is Soul Girl here? Well, now. Speed! I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it. But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you'd have no way of verifying that.
Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, he'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. He didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means...
Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see?
Let me just check. Does it now want me to... No, okay, so we just... Let's press and then maybe present.
Hold it!
Because I know what it's getting at.
The proof is... Objection. Something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now.
We have proof. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? We won't be given the chance to investigate any further after work with what we've gathered.
Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities. If you've got the goods, it's now or never.
How are we supposed to prove he switched the guns?
Unfortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing. But that in itself is proof of a kind.
Because otherwise the striations wouldn't line up like they do, right, sir?
Right. We must carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. The truth is in there somewhere.
Take a look at the cylinder. I'm guessing we present this. They mentioned, oh yeah, he'd have to switch out the bullets. So I want to say we present this and be like, oh yeah, well,
Objection!
yeah. He'll get into it. He'll get into it. I have your proof. Right here. That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself. The evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you. We get the good music. I'm looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook? The bishop? Not a pawn, surely. The evidence the gun provides takes the form of fingerprints. Fingerprints, namely your fingerprints, Mr. Knight. My prints? Pah! Of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there? What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There is a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happen as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. It's here! Here, look closely at the cylinder, Detective. 2 bullets fired, but where are the prints we're looking for, sir? On the bullets themselves. You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all you had done, your deception would have easily been detected, because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different. There were 2 spent bullets in the gun we found.
Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun?
We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus a few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. Meaning that the bullets he's shooting are actually canonically happening and not just an exaggerated representation of his shock. And after each shot, he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. No. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report? Sir, they are found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves. I'm not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight. Grr. Knight, that's... And here we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one that fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin. I didn't... Checkmate. He's so cool. No! Spin! I was going to be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been in charge now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. He's spinning out of control. He's spin. I'm trying to think, like, the breakdowns, as they're called, they've always been a thing in Ace Attorney. I'm just trying to think of, like, when did they start getting this over the top? Because I think... Apollo Justice had a couple that were a bit out there. But for the most part, it was still fairly normal. In the newer games, it's just completely wild all the time. Because now that they're in 3D, they can just go all out with it. Detective Gumshoe,
Right away, sir. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. The next moves we play will be in the courtroom. But it's not fair! It's not fair!
My man's throwing a temper tantrum. Now we get Mr. Strong President again, which means I need to move my chair back. March 25th, 5:12 p.m., Gourd Lake, Lakeside.
Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that.
He's suddenly very presidential again, now that we're back outside the plane.
I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him.
You want me to handle it? Not Rook?
Rook refused, but I can rely on you, can't I?
Of course, sir. You can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part just like the pawn he is.
The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with the knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. I can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life.
Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't planned to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you'll have to live with.
You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. And I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Zhengfa. You will always be welcome.
Okay. I no longer have to do his voice anymore, thank God.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well.
Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless. But the fact remains you are a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions.
I know. I'm awfully sorry about everything. Truly I am.
I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits.
There sure are. I got me some serious thinking to do. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. That was something else. Local prosecutor saves assassination conundrum. Earns eternal gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, that there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? You must be over the moon.
She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comment.
Dang, you're one tight-lipped son of a gun.
As I well should be. This case is not over yet. Maybe I should go to get... Maybe you should. I know it is very late for you right now. I'll be ending soon enough. You're not going to miss much.
It isn't? How come, sir?
Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over. I believe he's talking about this, because we haven't used this yet.
Take that!
Holy 4:30. Right! Wait, are we? Oh no. I was like 4:30. Wait. And I looked over at how long I've been streaming. My stream has been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. But for some reason I thought that was the time, and I'm like, are we 12 hours apart? No, we're not. We're not.
The killer's calling card. Mr. De Killer has yet to complete his assignment.
You mean he might still try to murder the president? Yeah, start at midnight my time.
I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not...
Oh, this is in internal dialogue. I don't need a voice for that.
I hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. As one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news, and my preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everyone was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined.
Anyway, good luck with the rest of the stream. Good night. Good night, Rye. Don't worry, I'm ending like right now. I'm pretty sure this is the end of the case, and I'm gonna end stream because I don't know how much more my voice can handle. So you won't be missing much. Have a good sleep. The end. We finished Turnabout Trigger. Save progress. Yes. Next time, we'll be starting the Captive Turnabout. But not right now. Because, holy shit. Wait a bit longer, but I already said we were going to do that. That's going to be all for today's stream. Thank you all for watching. I had a good time. But for the rest of the game, we're going to be doing it in more normal length streams because, good lord, voice acting. I'm going to be like silent for the rest of the day. But this was good. This was good. Like, obviously I know where the game is going because I've seen people play through the fan translation. But I did still enjoy playing it through it myself, and there is still... Yeah, sorry. There is still a bit of deduction in there with me having to figure out, like, okay, what does it actually want me to do? Because I know where it's going, but how do we get there just yet? So it's fun. It's fun, and I get to see all the new names. All the new pun names. I don't think anyone, like maybe Tabby Lloyd, but she's a consideration at the moment, but I'd like to see a few more names before I decide who I'm going to put as the Investigations 2 character on the next Ace Attorney quiz. But for now, that's going to be all for today's stream, because holy shit. This was a long one. Yeah, let's have a look who's online. Oh, Pinch is online. We can make Pinch. My next stream... I'm pretty sure it's just me here, actually, but... Oh well. Here's the raid messages for anyone who is actually here. Pinch is currently playing Castlevania Curse of Darkness. My next stream will be next week, next Saturday, where we'll be playing more Ace Attorney. But we'll only be playing Ace Attorney once that weekend, instead of both days. Because I'll be doing my usual Lego building stream on the Sunday, because it's the closest stream I have to before Halloween, and I gotta get the spoopy time in. This month's Lego building stream is spoopy stuff. Anyway, that's gonna be all from me. Thanks for watching. Otsukame. Bye bye. And see.